to be, for now, Brazil. Save. Now we have a collection of countries. It's only one country at the moment, which is Brazil. As you can see, the name Brazil is a field of our document, but its actual ID is this long string that you're seeing here. So if we wanted to access this country, we wouldn't look for Brazil, but instead we would look for this specific one that I'm going to create is going to be called countries. Next. In a collection, it should start with a document. And you can see that here we have the document ID. To use the auto ID, but later when creating the documents for our users' profiles, we are going to use their actual ID in our authentication system, ID of our documents. The field is just going to be the name of this country, to be, for now, Brazil. Save. Now we have a collection of countries. It's only one country at the moment, which is Brazil. As you can see, the name Brazil is a field of our document, but its actual ID is this long string that you're seeing here. So if we wanted to access this country, we wouldn't look for Brazil, but instead we would look for this specific ID. Now inside of Brazil, let's add another collection, which is going to be called cities. Instead of using a auto-generated ID, let's create our own, for instance, São Paulo. Created a custom ID. We don't have to add any fields to this document, so let's click on save. So now what we have is save. Now we have a collection of countries. It's only one. The first one that I'm going to create is going to be called countries. Next. In a collection, it should start with a document. And you can see that here we have the document ID. To use the auto ID, but later when creating the documents for our users' profiles, we are going to use their actual ID in our authentication system, ID of our documents. The field is just going to be the name of this country, to be, for now, Brazil. Save. Now we have a collection of countries. It's only one country at the moment, which is Brazil. As you can see, the name Brazil is a field of our document, but its actual ID is this long string that you're seeing here. So if we wanted to access this, we wouldn't look for Brazil, but instead we would look for this specific ID. Now inside of Brazil, let's add another collection, which is going to be called cities. Instead of using a auto-generated ID, let's create our own, for instance, São Paulo. Created a custom ID. We don't have to add any fields to this document, so let's click on save. So now what we have is a collection of countries that has Brazil, and inside of Brazil we have a collection of cities, and inside of these cities we have São Paulo. We could have also added more cities here, for instance, Rio de Janeiro. We have two cities in our cities collections, which is sitting inside of our country. In our case, we are not going to be storing cities and countries, but instead we're going to be storing user profiles. Inside of these profiles collections, we're going to have different documents for each of our players. With that said, let's go back to the home. Database, select our countries collection. So if we wanted to access this country, we wouldn't look for Brazil, but instead we would look for this specific ID. Now inside of Brazil, let's add another collection, which is going to be called cities. Instead of using a auto-generated ID, let's create our own, for instance, São Paulo. Created a custom ID. We don't have to add any fields to this document, so let's click on save. So now what we have is a collection of countries that has Brazil, and inside of Brazil we have a collection of cities, and inside of these cities we have São Paulo. We could have also added more cities here, for instance, Rio de Janeiro. We have two cities in our cities collections, which is sitting inside of our country. In our case, we are not going to be storing cities and countries, but instead we're going to be storing user profiles. Inside of these profiles collections, we're going to have different documents for each of our players. With that said, let's go back to the home of our database, select our countries collection, deleted. Now, before continuing, you want to go to the Rules tab of your database. In our case, we are not going to be storing cities and countries, but instead we're going to be storing user profiles. Inside of these profiles collections, we're going to have different documents for each of our players. With that said, let's go back to the home of our database, select our countries collection, delete it. Now, before continuing, you want to go to the Rules tab of your database. To see something like this. Creating a rule that is going to allow read and write in all of the documents of our database false. As false is always going to be false, we are never going to allow anyone to read or write data to this database. So what we want to do is change this part after the if to something like this. We're going to check if our auth is a collection of countries that has Brazil, and inside of Brazil we have a collection of cities, and inside of these cities we have São Paulo. We could have also added more cities here, for instance, Rio de Janeiro. We have 2 cities in our cities collections, which is sitting inside of our country. In our case, we are not going to be storing cities and countries, but instead we're going to be storing user profiles. Inside of these profiles collections, we're going to have different documents for each of our players. With that said, let's go back to the home of our database, select our countries collection, delete it. Now, before continuing, you want to go to the Rules tab of your database to see something like this. Creating a rule that is going to allow read and write in all of the documents of our database false. As false is always going to be false, we are never going to allow anyone to read or write data to this database. So what we want to do is change this part after the if to something like this. We're going to check if our auth is different than null. This means that this user has been authenticated and that he can indeed make requests to this database. To be a link in the description of the video. For this part of databases inside of Firebase, where you can see how you can construct rules, for instance, to protect different types of documents and so on and so forth. With that said, we can now go back to Godot. Now we are going to start modifying our Firebase script to handle the communication between us and the Firestart. The Firebase script is going to now be responsible to updating, deleting, posting, and also retrieving information from our and we're going to use those more generic functions in other scripts to determine to which document we should post this information, and so on and so forth. So let's begin by opening our Firebase script. It's currently looking the same way as it was before in our previous lecture, but right after our API key, we're also going to need a project ID. So again, we're going to get this from Firebase. Let's go back to our console. We can get this information by going to this icon. Which document we should post this information, and so on and so forth. So let's begin by opening our Firebase script. It's currently looking the same way as it was before in our previous. lecture. But right after our API key, we're also going to need a project ID. So again, we're going to get this from Firebase. Let's go back to our console. We can get this information by going to this icon, settings, where you see project ID. It's probably the same one as the project name. You can just copy and go back to Godot. Your ID into the project ID. So going to need another URL here, which is going to be our Firestar URL, and is in this URL that we are using our project ID. Right after our project, we are telling Firebase which project it is. In this case, it's going to be the name of yours. In my case, it's test Godot project. And at the end, we reach to our documents. And what we are going to do throughout this lecture, ID of the document or collection that we want to post something, or the ID of the document that we want to update or delete, for instance. We're going to construct this URL on our functions inside of this script, depending on what document we want to operate. Now we're going to make a modification here that is going to break our code momentarily, but we're going to change our current token to be called user info. Instead of
Yo, what's up, guys? How's it going? Let's do the shout out, even though there's only like one of us here. How you doing, Red Cabin Games? I was lurking in your stream for a little bit earlier. I'm kind of messing around with Firebase, so it's kind of a boring stream because it's very learning. But let me just show you guys while you're here my project a little bit. I'm not sure if it still runs right this second, but I'll try run it. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Turn this music off. So it's a survivors game. Yeah, it's still in. I've been working on these menu transitions. I have all original sound and art right now. So the menus are pretty fun. Let's start the game. Red Cabin Games, thanks for the follow. And then it's kind of Vampire Survivors, but there's a front gun mechanic that you control with your mouse direction. You can also use I haven't figured out in Godot how to do like a good method of input detection, so you can also switch to gamepad, and you can do dual analog as well. I'm gonna add touchscreen controllers because this game is primarily a mobile game in my opinion. Like, that's what I'm going for. I might do a Steam release on it eventually, but not for a while. Oh, now he raids Godot users. Bro, Godot is king. All hail our Lord and Savior. I used Unity for years, and I move so much slower. Got upgrades here. Now the balancing is not there. I'm just showing you. Finally a man of culture. Well, I mean, I'm putting down Unity. I'm saying I've used it for years and never going back. It was a mistake. But yeah, this this is pretty much it. Eventually there'll be like meta progression in Vampire Survivors. Wherever you run, you can slowly accumulate experience. And the drop rate is a bit higher than it will be in the actual production, just for testing, you know. Godot is greater than Unity. What is that emote? Is that like a Unity PLS? Yeah. Unity's dead, bro. But yeah, it's pretty fun. It's a good little loop, and what I'm doing right now is I'm working on trying to figure out how to do online account creation with Firebase, because it's going to be a mobile game. Friendly debate about Unity and Godot. I mean, it really depends on what the tool is that you want to use. Like, the tool that... It's not like you can do like one is better than the other type of debate. They both have different strengths. I wanted to make a Vampire Survivors minigame. Well, it's a game. It's not a minigame. And for me, I think that Godot is a better choice, considering like the workflow and everything. I also really like Godot's networking stuff. I feel like they've got some really good stuff out there. Hey, it's Practical NPC. I watch that guy all the time. Oh, I didn't do the shout out yet. But I'll play it for a little bit longer, then I'm going to go back to being boring and reading through Firebase documentation. So look forward to that. Yeah, follow Red Cabin Games. I watch him. He uses Godot sometimes, and then he uses that other engine that I don't talk about on this channel. You know, other times. Have you used it with a game, or have you used it like just for work stuff unrelated? Other sides projects with dev? Yeah. There's a built-in repo that's supposed to be good. So I'm trying to like use that. I've used Firebase for a couple of other things. More web dev stuff too. Startup servers are free. Yeah, you get up to like 10 gigs or something storage. Something like that. It just gets placed together with your other Google Suite accounts. So like, if you have a full email inbox, like if you have a lot of attachments in your email, you can run out of storage for your Firestore account. I think that's how it works, at least. I'm not like a super authority, but it's kind of funny to me. So if you wanted to like fish a game and like break it, you could like send the guy a bunch of attachments. Yeah, most people who use Godot don't. It's, you know, once you go Godot, you don't go back. But, it just really depends on what you want, you know? There's a lot of things in Unity that are better. For now. I don't like, the premium model. Like, I like Godot's open source model because it facilitates, like, optimization at a certain point. And honestly, for me, it really doesn't matter in a practical sense, but I feel better about the idea that if I want to go in and optimize certain aspects of the game, I can. Where in Unity, unless I get into the paid tier, I won't be able to access some of that back-end code that's NDA'd. So, I mean, for me, that's where Unity really sucks. That's why I made a game, like a full commercial game on RPG Maker. And it's like, at least with RPG Maker, you can see all the code that's exported into your game, even though it's not a free program. So it's like, I prefer that to having like secret code in my game. Not to mention, the TLS versions, dude, they get insane, and they always break everything. Because it's like, you got the full-on just like Wild West with all of the different add-ons and stuff. Like, so much shit breaks all the time. Where Godot, it's like everybody, when I look at like the open source like plugins, if somebody already has one that's doing that function, because it's not like a premium model, other people will just contribute to that one, you know? There won't be like 50 different things that do the same thing that are all premium, you know, because nobody's trying to make money off of them. So it's like, I mean, they are trying to make money off them, but they're trying to make money by creating the product that the open source plugin uses. You know, like this game, I'll sell it and I'll make money off of it, but I also will contribute to the repos and all that, you know. So it's like, I don't know, it just seems like a more effective way to do it at this point. I think there was a time where Unity's like model was better for like the internet, but now I think we're in a stage where the shared work, like the uncentralized ownership of Godot, is super advantageous to its users. game is fun though, man, I'll tell you. Like, I enjoy playing it. Like, I could just play it all day. I need a death scene. As far as like animations and stuff, that'll probably be like the next thing I do. Because its predecessors paved the way. That's for sure. Yeah. If Unity didn't exist, Godot probably wouldn't exist. And it's similar to the way like Windows was created out of some of the original Apple stuff, you know. And Windows became a platform that you could use on whatever hardware you wanted. It's similar. But the only reason Mac OS is still not dead is because of iOS. If there wasn't a need for iOS development to use a Mac, you know, you would, like, no one would use Macs. I have one. I have a Mac, and that's the only reason I use it too. Whoa, another dude. This guy, I always have a hard time saying his name, Juice Mit Ape Indren. He is a pretty excellent programmer. Let me shout him out. He does like coding game and what is the other one? I don't know, those websites that are kind of like elite code, but they're like more gamified. Is he though? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. He's better than me. I would say confidently, like, he does stuff that I'm like, well, how the hell do you do that? Juice. Shout him out. But yeah, if you want to just watch a stream that just is pure code, I think he's usually using Ruby? PHP? Legendary competitive programmer. What do you usually use? I guess it doesn't really matter. Code is code, bro. That's what I've kind of learned as I got better at coding. Code is code. Ruby? Sometimes we'd be switching. Yeah, I remember I was trying to play with you and I was doing it in JavaScript, so you did it in JavaScript too, and I still couldn't handle it. It was like too hard to do some of the problems. I was like, I don't even know where to start. Hey, Code Mora. It's my friend Code. He helps me with some of my games and stuff. He uses Holy C. What is Holy C? Is it C# or C++? I'm assuming C++. I'm going to go through some C++ tutorials. If anybody has any tricks for learning C++, feel free to shoot me a message or drop them in Discord or chat or something. The C you don't see. Wow, that's deep, bro. That's deep. So you're talking to CC, not C++. He also does competitive programming and assembly. Why? Why would anybody do that? Why would you do that to yourself? Holy C is a dialect of C created specifically for Temple OS. Oh, it's a meme. Okay. Sorry, I wish I had a sense of humor, but I don't. Especially when it's like nerdy ass programming jokes. But yeah, welcome everybody. I'm just working on this game. Today I'm kind of trying to figure out how to use Firebase and integrate the Firestore database with my project. This project is intended for mobile and web play. And I want to make it so you can log in and collect meta progression and play cross-platform on both web and mobile. So the game is, at least the basic iteration of the game is pretty good. In this community area, I'm gonna add like credits, a leaderboard, and then also like either like a donate or support tab, and you'll be able to buy like cosmetic upgrades that'll change your sprites. Well, your sprites. My goal is to make within the next week or so, get it up and running, and then I could do like an America themed ship that you can use. That's the goal, because it's Memorial Day, so I could do like red, white, and blue with like a ship that's like a star or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. And it'll be like $1. And the main reason I'm doing that is just because I want to practice doing transactions on the internet for a game. In microtransactions. You know, because I'm really poor and I need the money. But it's not really, like, I don't think that initial thing that I sell in-game is going to make me any money. It's more just I want to learn how to do the transaction, so I'm using this project as like a catalyst to do that. Eventually I will add more content to this game. Like, I'm going to do like just a pure survival mode that's like a one-off that has leaderboards. And then I'll do like an arcade mode and a story mode and, you know, stuff like that. I'll do like campaigns, kind of like StarCraft, where it's like you go in a map and you have to go like survive a bunch of fights. And that one will just be like you can continue, and then there'll also be an arcade mode that's like kind of like Contra. What does the gameplay look like? Oh yeah, let's play again. I forgot I got a new raid. So far I only have 3 enemies. I just implemented all the sounds. You can see there's like menus. But it's basically like Vampire Survivors, except there's a frontal, like the animation. Yeah, it's just a shader combined with a couple other stuff. So solar sails increases move speed by 1% or 10%. There are borders. So there's a mouse over effect here. Eventually there'll be like a level down here, and then up here it'll show like icons that represent your current upgrades. But those are not really mechanically necessary to go any further, so I'm not too focused on them. Same with the level. Like, it's saving the information for your level. That's just a purely UI thing where I just have to make it where it looks at what your current level is and puts it, and then it looks at what your upgrades are, and it like pushes the icons in such a way up here that give you that information in kind of a very quick way. But yeah, I just implemented the sounds yesterday, and it's pretty awesome. You can get, just at a glance, you can kind of see what's going on. The right bar is your experience, so every time that fills up, you get a level, right? And then the left one is your health. For meta upgrades, I'm gonna do stuff like make it so that the doubloons like slowly will drift over to you. Because right now you can actually kill stuff off the edge and it'll drop like stuff out there, so that's kind of a bug that I'm turning into a feature. The other meta progressions will be like you can buy like shield upgrade possibilities, like you can buy like a chance to get a shield upgrade, or not shield upgrade, but shield replenishing, because right now once you lose your shield, there's no in addition to that, you'll get like a drop rate increase or more difficult, more higher difficulty, so you can get doubloons faster, stuff like that. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Vampire Survivors, but it's kind of like you play and then you do like a run, and then you get stronger for the next run. I'm also gonna add a bomb weapon that becomes a possible upgrade once you buy it. I'm thinking about making it too where you can deactivate certain upgrades and like the ones you prefer. You watch other streamers play 10 hours. Yeah, so you get kind of an idea of what the progression system is like. That is all like set up in my game, but it's not implemented type of thing. Like the way I built out the components for the game, I very much could easily implement more upgrades, and I also have a meta progression system where you will be able to buy more stuff outside of the thing. The next thing that's hanging me out though, been lurking during this game's creation. That's good. I mean, this is a lurker stream, dude, because I'm interacting with chat now, but I'm usually not super interactive with my chat. I usually just like freaking go hard and don't look back, you know. Godot is really easy for me to learn. This fire-based stuff seems like attainable, so I'm gonna probably start. I think I can get it maybe by this weekend. What is today? It's Saturday, right? Oh, it's Sunday. Holy shit. Time is flying. Where have all the days gone? They've all gone into Space Pirate. By the way, you can play. I think I'm going to just upload it. Give me a sec. I'll upload it and then you can go play it. Because I added a bunch of fixes this morning. I'm excited to have the login and screen save because I want to create the competitive vibe around the, like that's how you get like a community going. Also too with Firestore, once you log in, having a chat set up would not be that hard too. So that's a definitely a consideration as well. Doing an online chat. There's all kinds of features I'd like to add, but right now I'm just trying to get the core database and then in-game transaction. So let's a lot of people have different philosophies about when you're developing a game, like how public to make it. For me, it's like, bro, you can play any iteration of my game along the way. I don't even care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not famous enough. Well, if I was like Blizzard or Nintendo, I wouldn't be like that. But because I'm like a nobody, I just feel like anybody you can get to play your stuff, like get them to play your stuff, you know. There's more of a chance they'll get excited and talk about it and all that stuff if they play it. Now, there is something to be said about like making a splash and making your game like an exciting narrative so that people become excited about it. But I think with game devs that are like super small, that's not really why they're not like showing people their game. You know, it's more about if you can make our day, we make your day. That says a freaky emote. I almost want to like erase that message. I hate that emote. It's so creepy. But yeah, I'm kind of the philosophy, if you're like a small game dev, like just show everybody everything all the time. Like, and I mean, it's kind of working for me. I don't know. Hopefully it works out. But yeah, I'll update this game. We're going to do scene export. Oh, I want to do one more thing before I export. I have a thing where it project settings. I'm going to remove the minimum display time for the boot. just because it's unnecessary. Hey, Matu Silva 98. Thank you for the follow. I've been getting followers pretty consistently over this last couple days. I mean, I guess I've been streaming like a frick ton. But I think 1,000 followers is on the horizon for me very soon. I would say within the month probably if I continue at this rate. So that's cool. That's exciting stuff. Let me play some music so it's not so boring. I think I'm gonna make some coffee. So I'm gonna take a break. But let me get this game up first. And you guys can play it and leave lots of comments on my itch page so itch puts it higher on their stuff. Scene, quick project settings. So let's delete the previous one. Look, my file's still pretty small, 28 megs. I can probably get it smaller by optimizing some of the sound later, but I'm not too worried about that right now. I can probably get it down under 20, bro. So we're gonna go to mauigamestudio.itch.io. We're gonna do Space Pirate, edit game, upload files. This one right here. You notice I have a 4 gig limit because I'm special, because itch loves me. I think the and now you can play Space Pirate. Here, I'll drop the link. Go play while I take my break. Hey, Cat God. And then when you play it, go leave like a comment down here. Be like, wow, this game's so awesome. You know what I mean? Like, even if you hate it, just say that. It might be kind of fun if you say you hate it too. Maybe put that in there. That's okay. Hey, Cat God, I was about to take a break. But yeah, I've been working on a Vampire Survivors game. I just shared the link. Ugh, I got Kleenex in my mouth. But it's pretty fun. And I just uploaded it, so let's see if it works okay on here. Oh yeah, it's super fun. Oh wow, no lag this time. I fixed it. Oh no, there it was. There's always some lag before you see your first missile. I think I gotta fix that with like a pre-load or something. So this is the web version. Works great. I'm playing with mouse and keyboard. You can switch... Oh shit. You can switch the control to gamepad. Although the UI doesn't fully support gamepad yet. But we'll get there. But now I'm playing with my controller. People have told me you can do like gamepad detection and mouse detection, but I've tried it and I haven't been able to find a way that works really well. So maybe I'll come across that throughout development, and if I don't, that's fine too. People can just manually set it. The default is going to be touchscreen when I'm finished because this is a mobile game. I just haven't set up the on-screen controls yet. The mouse keyboard is the easiest one to set up for this particular game. Yeah, go screenshot your high score in my Discord. And then challenge people to see if they can get a higher score. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some coffee. Wow, I got a lot of errors. Oh, they're all just yellow errors. Material shader parameter pixel factor. These are pretty minor. It's just saying the shader can't find. So this is these are animation issues. Since it's the pixel factor, it gets disabled pretty quickly, so it's like it's not a big deal. But anyway, I'll be right back. Give me like 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm back. It's gonna be a pretty chill stream. I'm just gonna be basically reading documentation and fiddling with So I'm gonna actually create a new Firebase called a test Firebase server. And that's gonna be the server that I'm gonna use. And I can duplicate it or whatever. So we're gonna go project overview. And that way I can stream it without worrying. Oh, you played my game? Cool. Yeah. Now I'm just doing the data save and the login stuff. Yeah, it is fun. Thank you. Leave a comment. If anybody else wants to play. Yeah, the good thing about this project is that I've made it very updatable. Oh, you did leave a comment. Thank you for doing that. But it's very, like, the way I built it out, it's very expandable to add more content. So that's what's really exciting about it. Now I just got to get the networking stuff handled and, you know, I'll be off to the races. I'm kind of going a little ham. I've been pushing this as like my main priority this last 3 weeks plus, pushing on a month here. And I really just got to get the internet connectivity and the analog working. That's like the main thing. What I love about Godot is how fast you can make projects. Like this project, I'm making it so fast. Like it's kind of nuts. Getting like 10 views a day, 10 plays a day, 5 plays a day. Mathram, if you're still there, did you use controller or gamepad? I'm assuming you used mouse and keyboard, right? One of the sticks didn't work? What controller do you have? Because most controllers have a D-pad mode where you deactivate the left analog. That enables it to make it so if the game doesn't have a dead zone, I don't know if Xbox have a way to deactivate. I think there is a mode button. I don't know, my Xbox controller is broken. Oh, the right didn't? Oh, you have to change the settings, bro. It doesn't auto-detect. I haven't figured that out yet. It's in the options here. I want to add a sound to that. Make this go click, 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 click. I'm going to do that real quick, because I already have the click in the game. So we go to, there's 2 places in where I got to change that. Yeah, in Unity, we're talking about Unity versus Godot. Like the device, the input device detection is way better than Godot. I don't know if it's just because I don't know what I'm doing, but I spent maybe a whole day trying to figure out how to do gamepad detection. And most of the solutions are oriented around if you click with the mouse. But my game doesn't require any clicking with the mouse. So it's a little weird because, yeah, it just doesn't. You could make it where if you click it like changes, but I don't know. I don't like that. That's a little bit, then I'd have to like explain it, you know. Eventually I'll probably come across a better method, but for now I'll just leave it as an option in the options. I could do that, but then how do I switch it back to... Also, you can play with controller and mouse, which is actually the optimal way to play. So I want that to exist for the neckbeards. Like you can play with left analog and right and mouse, which is actually probably the best way to play. It's the most control because the game does use analog directional movement. It doesn't use analog, what's the word? There's no like difference in speed. There's one speed that you can go, but the left stick is better than the keypad because it's infinitely directional, not just 8 directional. It does a full 360 degree. Technically, it's normalized, so it's 360 degrees. I think. I don't know, I'd have to look at my code, but it's undetectable to a human, the difference between 360 directions and like full true analog. It could be either way. It depends on how I did the math. I used a float with a ATAN 2, which is basically like a radian conversion from degrees. Somewhere along the way there might be a 360 in there that makes it so the float is not as big, but Yeah, controller mouse is the meta for the neckbeards. I could put leaderboards based on control type too. That's a consideration. So I could lock it, but I don't think I'll do that. That doesn't sound too fun. It's, at least for now, it's more fun to have the control pad people compete against the keyboard people and the touchscreen people. And then I can gain information on how unbalanced they are. Like if one is very clearly superior to the other, my guess would be that keyboard, well, the control pad settings are the best because then you can use the control pad, or the mouse settings are the best because you can, like, setting it to mouse controls, mouse keyboard is the best because then you can still use the left analog stick. So I think that'll, my guess is whenever I'm able to get more people to play it and I can see what they're using. Then I'll like know, you know. When people contribute to the leaderboards, I want to keep all kinds of information, like what statistically they used, you know, and all that stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna, since I am streaming, I'm gonna create a project and I'm gonna call it test project. Test Space Pirate. I'll just call it Space Pirate Tests. And then I can delete it later. And that way I can make a different project, or I can copy it once and then it'll change the API keys and stuff. So I need authentication. I'll do this later. Also, the controller doesn't work with the UI, which is something I'm going to have to get going to, but I don't want to do that right now.
felt right. Being one of many, but was never mine. It's just a lot to take, I can't hide. Wish that I would be in my own paradise. He said, there's one place that feels right. I can take you there if you like. Hold my hand and let me guide. You will find your pie in the sky. Every time I've been dreaming, but now I see. Now I can feel so nice. Feels just right. It can always be a dream though. Suddenly it seems to me that I know how to love my own and many more. Wanna take them all to the place I know. Now I say, there's one place that feels right. I can take you there if you like. Let's go there and let me guide. You will find a pie in the sky. Every time I've been dreaming, but now you see. Now you can feel so nice. Feels just right. Feels just right.
This will show you a series of values called config. So this is the stuff you guys can hack my database since I'm looking at it. This is a test project. Well, it's connected to my real project, but I'm gonna change out the APIs later when I know how to do what I'm doing.
it's going to be a dictionary, because now we're going to hold both our ID token and also our user ID, which is stored on our authentication system in your app.
I think I'm going crazy. That was a long break, but I've been going so hard on this project. I've been working on it like 16 hours a day. I feel like I need somebody to come and pull me out of here and make me stop, but I'm so close to getting everything that I've ever wanted in a game. I think it's feasible to say that I'll have a network ready version by tomorrow at this rate. Bro, Godot has been so awesome. Like, I love Godot so much. Like, I could cry. Godoters unite. their sample was kind of weird because it had this function ready in it, and it's like for this, I don't know. This is like for if you get disconnected, then it runs this. Actually, could probably leave those in there. Oh no, the function has to be ready. I don't understand this. Firebase auth connect. Let me make it bigger so people can see. Like, look at these random ass errors. Cannot pass type of string as int. Should be callable, but it's so self is registering as res dot login. Let me look at the connect syntax for Godot. Maybe it's Godot 3 or something. I don't want to use this window. And this documentation is so useless. This documentation sucks. I'm just gonna say it. I need to see the arguments for the connect method. Should be callable. Oh, so these just emits, these are for signals. So I'd have to put signals here. I think this might be old syntax. So now the way you do it, here I'm going to comment this out just so I can keep it. But I think now you do it like this. How do you do return in a string? I forget. Did I say Godot to you today? I don't know, man. The days are really stringing together. Speaking of strings, how do you do a line break in a string? I forget. Oh. I had it backwards. You have to put it in quotes. Maybe you do. We'll try. I'm just making like a quick login screen. It works, it's connecting and authenticating and everything. Just entering a random password. Okay, cool. Shit, I gotta make a new account. I blocked myself out of my own login system. I'm looking at this documentation and it's like all in Godot 3. So I'm having to like translate how it works. Like the way connects work for signals, it's totally different now. But I know how the old one looks, so I can like fix it. Like what is now it'd be fi-auth loginsucceeded.connect or firebase.auth.loginsucceeded.connect. And then in the parentheses, it would be self.onLogin. It'd be totally different than this crap, and I had to figure that out. But I can use all of this to... I want to try and interact with the database. This is all just account verification stuff, huh? I get the gist of it.
Alright then gang, so currently we're using Firebase Auth to sign users up, and on that auth service we can store different information about that user. For example, we have a user ID for individual records. Well, what we is maybe in our case we're going to store it inside the Firestore database inside a user's collection. So we're going to have the Firestore in a user's collection, and what we're going to do is maybe store the user ID, and that could be the unique ID for the actual document inside the collection, right? So remember how Firebase automatically creates those unique IDs for individual records. Well, what we could do is set our own unique ID, and we could set that to be equal to the user ID over here. So then we're syncing those up. So it would look something like this. These two IDs would be the same. So if we're logged in, we know which record to query to get extra information. And that extra information could be a biography, and we could have a paragraph or two, or even just a line about that person or an age or something like that. So typically, you don't want to store all of this extra information about a user on Firebase Auth. Now, that might seem backwards logic at first when you're first looking at this, because you might think, well, does it not make sense to have all of the information in one single place and have that readily available to me when that user comes back and we have access to it inside the browser? And maybe, okay, yeah, that's why we have this information, that, you know, the bare bones, but just think for a minute. Between every request that you're making to Firebase for data and other things, then we're sending that information back and forth. So we might be unnecessarily sending a load of extra information, a biography, an age, maybe some other data as well, like links that they like or favorites or books that they read, depending on your application. And we're sending that back and forward all the time, and that's really unnecessary, right? We only might need this if we're outputting some kind of profile page or whatever. So the idea is to store any extra information inside a Firestore collection for a user with a user ID equal to the user ID of the authentication service. And that's what we're going to do in this video. Alright then, so what I'd like to do is when a new user signs up, we're going to see an extra field right here for a one-line bio or biography. And when they sign up, first of all, we're going to use Firebase authentication to create that user with the email address and the password. Then when we receive a success response from that, we're going to take the unique ID of that user that we've just created, and we're going to create a new Firestore user document inside a user's collection with that same ID. And that document is going to contain a property called bio, and it's going to be that one-line bio, and we're going to save that to that document. So now we have a Firestore document for that user and also an actual user using Firebase authentication, right? So let's first of all add that new field to this form. So if we go over to the HTML, I'm at the sign up modal right here. What I want to do is add this extra field just at the bottom above the button, and I've just pasted this in from my repo. It's just a div with a class of input field. Then we have an input of type text and an ID of sign up bio and a label for that right here as well. Okay, so that is the HTML, and if we look at this in a browser, it's going to look something like this. Okay, so now we need to go to the place in auth.js where we actually sign the user up. So first of all, we have an event listener submit, which prevents the default action. Then we get the email and the password, and we use create user with email password to create that user. Then we get the credential back, and on that credential right there we have access to an ID property, okay, and that's what we're going to use to create a new Firestore user document. So what I could do down here is say, okay, well now what I want to do is return, and the reason we return it is so that we can tack on the .then method at the end over here. We don't want to keep nesting then methods. We're going to return a promise, which is db to access the database .collection. And what we're going to do is go into the user's collection. Now, this doesn't exist at the minute, but it doesn't matter, because when we go to save a new document to a collection that doesn't yet exist, Firestore automatically creates that collection for us, which is awesome. Anyway, previously we've used .add to add a new document inside a collection. Now, when we do this, Firebase automatically creates a unique ID for the document it creates in that collection. But this time around, we don't want to do that. We want to create our own document with a specific unique ID, and that ID is going to be the ID that we receive back on this credential. So instead of using the add method, what we can do is say .doc and then pass in the ID here that we want to use, and that creates a document reference for us, so that when we save to that document, it's going to auto create that ID for that document. I hope that makes sense. So what we're going to do is take the credential, then we access the user from that using the .user property. We've seen this in the past. Then we can access the UID, the unique ID. So that's the ID now for the user that's just been created. So now we're getting a reference to that document with that ID inside the user's collection. It doesn't exist yet, but as soon as we set some fields on that, then it will be created, okay? So then how do we set fields on this? How do we set the biography field? Well, we use a method called set. And then inside here, we're taking an object, and that represents the object or the different properties that we want to set for this document. So we want to set a property called bio, and that is going to be equal to sign up, or rather sign up, form. And then in square brackets, we want the sign up hyphen bio ID. That was the ID we gave to that particular input. Okay, so we're grabbing that, then we want the value from that field. So now what we're doing is going to this document, we're creating it and setting a property called bio on it. And now this document will have the same ID as the users, so they kind of connect to each other. They don't automatically connect to each other, but we know how to query the database and get a specific amount of data for a specific user with that ID. Anyway, since we've returned this right here, now down here we can attach a .then method, because we're returning this whole thing like this, and when this is done we can attach a .then here, and that fires a callback function. So let's tack that on. If we didn't return this, by the way, we could just tack on a .then method here, but then we're starting to nest 2 levels deep, and I don't particularly like that. So I'm going to return it, returns a promise overall here, then we can attach a .then method. So then this function is going to fire when we've successfully added this data to the collection, right? So by this point we've created the user and added this document to the user collection. So at this point, this is when we want to do all this stuff right here. We want to grab the modal, close it, and reset the form. So let's cut that and paste it inside here, okay? So if we were to save this now, hopefully this should all work. We create the user, we create the user document inside the user's collection, add the bio, then we close the modal and reset the form. I hope that all makes sense. Now then, before we actually try this out and sign up, what I'd like to do is go to my Firestore rules, because remember, we commented this out before and we're only matching this now. Now, we're going to be creating a new collection called users. So I want to uncomment this for now, just so that we can actually create that, all right? So we're going to publish those so that anyone can read and write other documents. This still applies to guides, but other collections and other documents we now can access and write to from the front end without any kind of authentication, which is good. So then let's go and try this out. So I'm going to log in and, sign up. So email address, sean@thenetninja.co.uk, choose password test 1234, a one-line bio, Zelda loving net ninja. All right. Oh, not Zelad. I don't know what that is. So Zelda loving net ninja. So if I sign up now, hopefully we don't get any errors, but this doesn't look like it's working. So let's inspect. We do have an error. Okay, so db.collection.onSnapshot.catch is not a function, and I figured out that that is because stupidly, when we went to set up this snapshot right here to listen to the database in real time, we added a catch method. Now we can't actually do that. Instead of adding a catch method right here, this takes a second parameter, which is a function for any errors. So we'll do the same thing inside this callback. We'll log that to the console like so, and we'll get rid of that and save that, and now that should work. That was my error. Okay, so instead of attaching a .catch method to this thing, we just do a callback function instead. Okay, that's a second parameter. Anyway, now that's out of the way, if we take a look over here, I'm going to look inside the data just in case this worked. It did still work despite that error. So if we go to users, now we can see this ID right here and a bio. Now notice this ID, it starts with HQ and ends in A3. Okay, so let's see if that matches up to the ID of the new user we just created, and it does. Okay, so now we can see this thing right here has the same ID, has the same ID as the document over here. So if we want to query this, dependent on the person that's logged in, we can query this document based on the user ID. So then, now this user has a biography. what I'm going to do is go to authentication. I'm going to delete the old one because that doesn't have a user record associated with it. And I'm just going to keep this one, okay? Because that does have a bio now. Now what I'd like to do is over here, when I click on accounts, I want to output that one line bio underneath this. So what we need to do is go to that function, setup UI, because this is where we output this thing right here. And what we're going to do is just make a quick call to the database to get that document. So I'm going to say db.collection, and we want the users collection. Now once we have that collection, we want a specific document, so we say doc to get that, and then we pass in the ID. Now we have access to the user, so we can just say user.uid to grab that, and because the document has the same ID, we're going to get a reference to that particular document inside the user's collection, which is cool. Then we're going to get it, so we say .get, it's asynchronous, takes some time to complete. We tack on the then method, which fires a callback function when it's complete. We grab that document, which is received, and then we can do something with that. So what we're going to do is output the HTML inside here instead of down here. So let me just grab this stuff. In fact, let's grab this as well and paste it inside here. Now this is DB, not debugger. Okay, so then let me just scoot this in a bit. Then what we want to do is output the bio underneath this. So I'm going to do a div right here. Then I'm going to say $ curly braces data, which is a method. That's how we get the data from a document. Remember, we've done that previously. .bio. So we're getting
Now we are going to make a modification here that is going to break our code momentarily, but we're going to change mission if you want. Server is of type. Remember that we talked previously how we were going to access the document using the URL of Firestore. This is just going to be the rest of that path. For instance, if we are going to access the collection of users, we are going to pass to this function the path of just users. As this function is going to save a new document, we need to know which fields this document is going to have, and this is going to be held inside of our fields dictionary. And lastly, we also have our HTTP request that we've been using previously. We begin by creating our document dictionary and setting the fields field of our dictionary to be equal to our fields dictionary. This sounds a little bit complex, but that is because the JSON that we have to send to Firestore expects the fields to be inside of the fields object of this JSON. So that is because we have lots of fields going on around here. We're then going to convert this document into a JSON, create our URL by concatenating our Firestore URL with our path, and finally we are going to make a request script that calls it, and they're going to pay attention the same way as script. Let's open a new script to our user profile. The template is going to be empty, and we can click on create. In this script, we are going to grab all of the information that we have inside of our user profile control nodes, which are and we are our response code. In the case that we get a 404, this means that we have not found a profile inside of our users collection. So we are going to notify our player and tell him to enter his information, and we're going to set our new profile flag to true and return from the function. Now, in the case that our response code is equal to 200, this means that everything went okay, and we are first going to check if the information sent flag is set to true. This means that we just sent something to Firebase, and because of that, we are going to notify our player to let him know that everything went correctly, and we're going to set our information sent to false. And finally, we're going to set our profile to be equal to the fields that we get inside of our result body. Remember that back in our Firebase script, we also use the fields inside of our dictionary, and here we can see them again, and that is because this is the way that Firebase structures the JSON that is sent back to us. Now we are going to go back to our scene tree and look for our confirmation button. It should be all the way to the bottom, and we're going to connect its pressed signal to our script. We will begin by doing some validation and checking if our nickname or character class are empty. If that's the case, we're going to notify our player and return from the function. Now, if everything is okay with our form, we're going to construct our profile dictionary. Here we are creating different key value pairs and setting them to the correct key inside of our dictionary. For instance, for our nickname, we're setting another dictionary which is going to contain first the type of value that we are sending to Firebase. In this case, it's going to be a string, and later the value of this field. So remember that back when we saw our scene, I said that we have two types of data inside of this form, one which were our strings and the second one which were our integers. Once again, this convention right here is because of the way Firebase handles things. This way it can know what is the name of the field, in this case nickname, and what type of value it's going to hold, in this case a string value, and then the actual value of that field. Now after we've constructed our profile dictionary, we're going to see if this is going to be a new profile. Based on that, if it is indeed a new profile, we are going to use the save document function inside of our user. You can reach out, go to the top to be, in which I'm going to log into my account. And as soon as we enter this page, we're going to get the message that please enter your information, because this is the first time that I'm actually logging into this account. Now I'm going to create my profile. I'm going to be a warrior. I'm going to increase my strength, increase my intelligence, and leave my dexterity at 3, and finally click on confirm. Now my information has been sent to the server and has been saved successfully. I'm going to run the game once again and see if everything is going to load correctly. Now I just logged into my account, and after a few seconds, we can see that everything was loaded correctly. Congratulations, you just integrated Godot and Firebase Firestar service. In this video, we saw how we can use the Firestar and that he can indeed make requests which is sitting inside of our country. This means that this user has been authenticated and that he can indeed make requests to this database. There's going to be a link in the description of the video with the documentation for this part of databases inside of Firebase, where you can see how you can construct rules, for instance, to protect different types of documents, and so on and so forth. With that said, we can now go back to Godot. Now we are going to start modifying our Firebase script to handle the communication between us and the Firestar. The Firebase script is going to now be responsible to updating, deleting, to we. But right after our API key, we're also going to need a project ID, project settings, and paste your ID into the project ID. We are also going to need another URL here, which is going to be our Firestar URL, and is in this URL that we are using our project ID right after our project.
I think I'm gonna go offline just because I want to take a break. I'm pretty tired. I stayed up late last night working on this, and I just need to rest. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go ahead and rest. But yeah, things are going well. I feel pretty hopeful that I can get this working. So that's cool. Let me see who else is on Twitch. What do we got? Team Vosh. They're cool. Kind of unreal. They're a little bit too unreal for me. Why am I following a Valorant streamer? I'm gonna unfollow this person. Unless it ends up that I actually know who they are, like maybe IRL. Looks like I probably just followed her because she's hot, which is... There's lots of hot women out there. It's not really worth a follow. Oh, she's Costa Rican. That's cool. Unfollow. Musician. Unfollow. I like General Andrews. Shinlin? Oh, he's an artist. Okay, that's why I'm following him. Yogg's cast. Stream every day, huge ranks. He's playing Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't know who this is, but not really my kind of thing. Joanna, we'll keep following Joanna. For old time's sake. Relax Beats is cool. Monster Cat, yeah, that's fine. Goated Quest. Oh, this guy's cool. I like the retro gamers. Looks like he's... Okay. Lunari Valkyrie, who are you? Oh, she's Hawaii based. That's why I'm following her.
Drake, I can't melee the door, help.
There is a lot of death on the other side of this wall.
Help, I can't break the door open.
That's unfortunate.
Damn, fuck you too.
What did I tell you?
Oh, she's got so
There's,
many
like,
panels.
dead bodies everywhere.
She went hard on
Yeah,
the
that
panels.
means there's no problem.
No, that means I don't want
Chick drummer.
It's my
Her
pack
Hawaii
dodge.
friend.
When
She's
you
really
want her
cool.
pecan.
And then we got...
Let's
who
see if
is
this
dude
works.
doing?
I'm not sure.
Looks like he's coding.
Did not work.
Visual
So
Studio
is this
Code.
not how you do this?
This is cool.
Let's just Google it. var args macro.
Uniqlo art.
是否会回首眼中？
Interesting piece. Looks a bit chaotic at this point. Like, is that supposed to be like grass from like a plane? Who are you and fewer? What is this, dude? What are they talking about? Ooh, I like this music. Chinese opera? Is that like the name of the artist? I'm trying to find somebody to raid. I'm like out of juice. This is a contestant. Oh, I see. Okay. So this is the piece. Okay, I like it. I'm gonna not unfollow them, but I don't know if I'm gonna. Oh, I like Chell.
Smaller and small fish surrounding a boat. The ravenous children, alone they are nothing. Together they summon her. Beneath these words, somebody has added rudely a scratch note. Do not let them grip you. Burn them away.
I like Chell. I'm gonna keep Chell.
Carving is a large fish with crossed out eyes. The unseen mother, when the starving cannot eat, she approaches.
She sounds older since the last time I saw her. Tabletop RPGs, you're cool. Diansin. Swing swords in real life and use them in my games. So he's a dev like me. Father gamer, now streamer. Oh no, he's not a gamer. He's not a he looks cool. He doesn't look like he does anything I'm particularly interested in. Oh, my game's going good. I just uploaded a pretty new version if you want to check it out. I'm gonna take a break. That's why I'm looking for somebody to raid. Let me see if anybody else is doing Godot stuff. I think I'm gonna unfollow this guy. Just not a dev streamer. Age of Empires. Not really anything Godot related going on. It's crazy. It's like the most popular engine in the world and nobody's streaming it. What's Pokuri Mio doing?
Game over. Yeah, right, son. Did you like camping so much?
Ooh, who's this?
Game over.
Ooh, we got a Godot newbie. Let's go.
Did you like camping so much? Maybe
Mr. Boom and Watch.
Stay in your game with DoorDash.
Which is why I'm doing this.
Yeah, this is our guy, dude.
Oh, yeah, actually, hold on. Is this a command? Hey, there we go.
Making a side-scroller platformer.
All the stuff I code on stream, I end up putting in there. I may or may not put this in here. I don't know. This is kind of going nowhere, but I just kind of wanted to like get my.
Thanks for hanging out. I'll definitely stream tomorrow. I just gotta go lie down for a while. I'm pretty beat, and I've put a lot of information in my head, so I need to take a break. Game works really good. You can go play it. We'll be adding more to it tomorrow. Hopefully I get the accounts databases working. I got account creation. So for me, the authentication is pretty much there, at least on desktop. There's going to be some sidewinders for other platforms, but I feel like I'm confident that I'll be able to conquer that. But now the next step is to get the database creation to happen automatically with the ID assigned to your new account. And then once that's set up, I'm pretty much there. Like, everything is good from there. And then I can just go keep polishing up the game, and then after that it goes to mobile. Okay, well, I'm out of here. Later.
Stuff is not even relevant